All right, so we're back. Unfortunately, yes, I don't know why sometimes sound just start crackle, and I absolutely sure, like I know that it will be the same on recording means it will be the same on a stream, and if it drives me crazy, then probably it drives other people crazy too. So need to sort that thing out. Good thing nobody's watching that, so I have time to like sort the technical stuff and setup out. All right, I'll go grab tea real quick. All right. So yeah, so far we are getting kind of set up into. So apparently Sony released PSP. It seems before Nintendo released DS, which is a bit weird because like I was always thinking that it happens roughly at the same time. Uh, well, not lately, but before. It kind of felt like with like Xbox 360 or PS3, they were released pretty much like several months, one after each other. I think. Let's take a look. All right, so Xbox 360. Can you please show me Wikipedia? So it was November 2005, and PS3. God damn it, I don't speak Czech. Don't show me the Czech stuff. Man. Please, English. Okay, November 2006 and November 2005. Damn, I didn't know that. Seriously? Whoa, for real? Xbox 360 was released 1 year before the PlayStation 3. I didn't even know about that. It's crazy. Okay, that's not our main concern right now. So currently we are continuing reading. God damn, I'm so sorry about the shaky camera. Look how my watch matches the Game Boy. So cute, so cute. Might even turn on the always on display. It's gonna be so fancy. I don't know how to do that. It's too hard. Those modern technologies. Oh yeah, and enable that. Look there. Oh my goodness. Beautiful, beautiful. So, tea is good for your kids. Drink tea, stay hydrated. Good tea hits you not worse than freaking energy drinks. All right, so we mentioned that so far the story was concentrated around Ken Kutaragi, who was CEO and chairman of the Sony Entertainment, not even PlayStation is. Yeah, Sony Computer Entertainment. So it's okay. Um, and he was presenting PSP as a Walkman, meaning that it will like revolutionize the gaming, the same the Walkman did with portable music, like portable gaming. Uh, will revolutionize portable gaming just as Walkman revolutionized portable audio listening experience. God damn it. Words is hard. So by billing his PSP as a Walkman, Kutaragi dismissed Nintendo's Game Boy devices as the modern day equivalent of the transistor radio. From a technological standpoint, it was a fair comparison. Sony's new UMD media had nearly 30 times the storage capacity of a Game Boy Advance cartridges. PSP also played movies. Sony and other studios released hundreds of movies and television shows on UMDs, including Casino Royale, Enter the Dragon, 51st Dates, entire seasons of Doctor Who, four of the Harry Potter movies, and WrestleMania. Hmm. Um. Sorry. I need to look that shit. I need to look that shit up. eBay, please. Let's go in here. Um. PSP UMD Doctor Who, the new series, Volume 4. Holy crap. I'm freaking buying that. Like, someday, maybe. So, like, you could, ah, wow. Season for you, god damn, I freaking want that shit. Just for the sake of it. It's so cool. God damn, just imagine like you're like opening a PSP, like popping the little disc, closing it, and watching Doctor Who on a PSP. But that video is about is about DS, okay? DS. Stop being excited about PSP. There will be a time you will be excited about PSP, okay? Alright? There will be a time. I'll freaking buy that shit. Damn, there is like a whole bunch of movies. 7 Second. I don't know any of those movies. Oh damn, Kill Bill! Holy shit! It's even like sealed. Imagine having a Kill Bill in the. Oh my goodness. Well, you two rattling, huh? That rockumentary film. Damn. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Let's get back. Nice. Okay, Nintendo would attempt to meet this challenge with a line of video cartridges for Game Boy Advance, but they were weak. PSP played movies like a portable DVD player, and GBA video cartridges had lower resolution graphics and slow frame rates. Some had animated movies like Shrek or Shark Tale. I need Shrek. I need Shrek on GBA. must featured Pokemon, Disney, or Nickelodeon cartoons. Hiroshi Yamauchi could crow all day about Sony's obsession with technology, but it didn't change the fact that PSP would make Game Boy Advance obsolete. GBASP featured a dimly lit 2.9-inch screen with a 240 by 160 resolution and 32,000 colors, while PSP's bright 4.3-inch screen had nearly twice the resolution of 480 by 272 pixels and 16.7 million colors. We look at PSP as being a mobile entertainment device. We are trying to create a new market. Kazuo Hirai, former CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment America. Sony hoped PSP would cause the handheld market to evolve the same way that PlayStation and especially PlayStation 2 advanced Game Boy Advance video cartridges also held maximum 64 megabytes. So, and especially PlayStation 2 advanced the console world, but announcing a portable PlayStation and actually building one were two different things. Ken Kutaragi had a knack for delivering on his promises, but the PSP project was nearly as far along as he had led his audience to believe. No studios had received PSP kits. The hardware hasn't been finalized at the time Kutaragi made the announcement. PSP was more aspiration than a reality. Okay, probably will skip that one. Xbox, yada 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 yada. And it doesn't mention like a year, right? Oh, okay, okay, okay. So that was in 2003. So PlayStation. Okay, there's people in action. Because here here little timeline. So announce of the PSP 83 2003. I guess we should also add like Game Boy SP here. Mm-hmm. Oh shit. Game Boy SP. So Game Boy Advance SP. Okay, alright. Was it? Yeah, like E3 usually was in the summer. God damn, I just realized that there is no E3 anymore. What's it called? An age of gaming. Okay. SP release 3 whatever 2003. Okay. I think I probably need to grab some kind of mat, so like it will not be click clacky when I put something. Like, Okay, let's go next. Digital Eclipse. We're developing this game called Death Junior for the original. Nobody knows about this game. We're skipping. But we're grassroots gamers who entered the industry with yada yada, next generation, executive. So they knew executive. Yeah, Carla had gotten to know many. Okay, cool. Right, he knew their habits and their interests. Okay. This is Chris Carlos' idea. We knew that some of the higher ups at the Sony in Foster City were avid smokers, so he was like, "Come again?" We knew that some of the higher ups at Sony in Foster City were avid smokers. You mean weed or tobacco? So he was like, let's get a bunch of our Death Junior material together and just hang out outside of Sony. One of those guys is bound to come out to smoke. Okay, okay, all right, that makes sense. When they're out there, we'll be just very casual and we'll talk about this thing we're doing for PSP and that we want to find out about the hardware. How can you start doing stuff for PSP without knowing the hardware? Okay, so we are there, and the person who came out was Molly Smith, a CEA Senior Director of Communications and Brand Development. She knew Chris a little bit from magazine days. She asked, have you talked to Andrew House, a CEA Executive Vice President yet? In the months before the game development kits arrived, Sony released a PSP emulator, or that answers, that allowed designers to create and run games in a simulated PSP environment. Having received Andrew House's support, Mika and Charla, Carla, what? Had the inside track for receiving an emulator. Once they had a demo of Death Jr. working on the emulator, they returned to Sony to show it off. We said, hey, we've got something up and running. Can we show it to you? They said, yes, please come over. And we showed Death Jr. running on a PSP emulator to a couple of employees we knew. And they were kind of holding their cards close to the chest. And one of them was like, can you just wait a minute? I'm going to get some other people. Carly is now working as the Senior Director for Content Curation and Programs at Microsoft. Cool. So he goes out of the room and brings out some other people. We show the demo again, and then some of them go out of the room and bring some other people. By the end of it, we have Andrew House and Molly Smith in the room, and we showed the demo again. We couldn't gauge if they were excited by it or anything. Finally, Chris Carla says, so what did you think of the demo? How does it compare to other PSP games? I assume there were no other PSP games. They were like, we've never seen any other PSP games. This is like the first one we've seen. Pretty cool. Pretty cool results, guys. Pretty cool results. Okay. Not even internal freaking demos. Okay. When SCA executives demonstrated PSP at 2004 Game Developers Conference in San Jose, Death Jr. was the first game they showed. You know what? I mean, they're talking about this Death Jr. so much. Let's just Death Jr. PSP. Let's. Huh? God damn. Okay, E3 2005. That's why it's so ass quality. 11 years ago. Their gameplay. Okay. Alright, let's take a look at gameplay or whatever.
DJ, the bus is here.
Damn, I was just vibing. Um, okay, that's Death Junior. That's it. That's it. Shows me that the stream's bitrate is very like. Oh, okay. Now it's excellent. So apparently, like when I'm showing some video, bitrate falls down. I need I need a better internet. This 100 megabits per second just ain't gonna cut it if I want to go serious streaming and stuff. All right. let's go back. So that's Junior on the PSP conference, game developers conference in San Jose, was the first game they showed. Great. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, and now we are finally getting to Nintendo, to our little Nintendo. Yes. We are finally getting to. So it's not Riyamochi's crazy idea. It's not like he created the hardware or what it looks like. He envisioned what he wanted the physical capabilities to be. Bearing Kaplan. Okay. In the early 90s, Sega may have stolen Nintendo's console game Thunder with Genesis, but that rivalry with Sega didn't really extend into the handheld market. Sega tried to make it a fight with a system called Game Gear, but Game Gear sales proved inconsequential. Between Game Boy and Game Boy Color, Nintendo sold nearly 120 million units. By comparison, Sega sold 10 million Game Gears, many of which were purchased by people who already owned Game Boys. Sega, with its second attempt at the handheld market, the Nomad, sold about 1 million units, which was, I think we could say, an absolute freaking flop. But I would like to get that one. By 2003, and probably they cost shit ton of money now. I'm kind of like interested because like if it's only sold 1 million units, I'm scared, man. Like Sega Nomad. Huh, not not too bad. Look, oh whoa, look. Recap service capacity. Oh shit, that's caps replacement. 500, 600, 400. God damn. Okay. Okay, I was freaking right. That shit costs like needs work sold as parts for $300. Jesus Christ. Okay, so by 2003, everyone could see that PS2 would outsell the original PlayStation and that Xbox had legs. Nintendo's Game Boy Advance business was doing well. It sold just over 11 million Game Boy Advance SPs in 2003 and another 4.3 million original GBAs. Nintendo's console business, on the other hand, was at a standstill. Yamauchi placed a temporary halt on GameCube production as Nintendo of America slashed the price from 149 to 99 in an effort to sell off excess inventory. There were rumors about GameCube going the way of the Dreamcast, but that was idle speculation in the video games business. 10 million hardware units sold is considered the critical mass needed to maintain a viable business. Nintendo had sold 12.8 million GameCubes worldwide by the end of 2003. Unlike Sega trying to survive with a population of 7 million Dreamcast users, Nintendo had a break even console business and a thriving market for a Game Boy Advance. It's like a network television. So Jeff Brown was saying, it's like a network television. Boy, you would be a dope to get out of the business just because you came in third. It's like asking if ABC should get out of broadcasting. You can come in third and still make a handsome profit. Ken Kutaragi's PSP announcement at E3 2003 meant that Nintendo needed something new in a handheld market, something bigger and more powerful than an updated Game Boy. Okay, so like we'll kind of like I kind of want to mark stuff here, but I don't want to do that like very obtrusively. And also there was a part with Nintendo console business. Well, yes, this one is nice. Yep. In November, Nintendo chairman Hiroshi Yamauchi announced his company's operating losses for the first half of the fiscal year. It had been 41 years since Nintendo made such an announcement. 6 months later, Yamauchi revealed that his company's sales fell 21 billion yen short of the 54 billion figure it had posted 1 year later. 1 year earlier, he blamed some of the problems on the slumping US dollar. And damn US dollar, always flopping everybody. At the time, the yen was appreciating against the dollar, which contributed to Nintendo's losses. In January 2003, one US dollar was worth 120 yen. By December, it was 107 yen to the dollar, effectively dropping the net gain of US sales by 10%. Okay. Should have been blaming surprisingly strong yen. Oh yeah, they're also kind of like bum bum. I mean, yeah, that also. Combative, mercurial, almost Trump-like, Yamauchi spoke his mind without sugarcoating his words. After Square abandoned Nintendo, he famously stated that RPG players were depressed gamers who liked to sit alone in their room and play slow games. On another occasion, he began a particularly harsh tirade about Microsoft by stating there are many people in the industry who know nothing about games. Nice, nice, nice. Even though Satoru Iwata had taken over the company's day to day operation, Yamauchi still obsessed over Nintendo's every move. Okay, Satoru Iwata, who apparently took a lot of stuff onto himself. Satoru Iwata. Damn, I should say that's now I understand like why people are saying like advocating for that for those notebooks because like the paper is really great for specifically for the goddamn where is it which one's better to show goddamn it like this is for the fountain pen gang. Right, let's read further. Even though Satoru Iwata had taken over company, Yamauchi is still obsessed over Nintendo's every move. Not one to be seduced by technology, he would always surround himself with like minded engineers who prized innovation over polygon counts and processor speeds. GameCube was the closest Yamauchi ever came to entering the technological arms race, and he'd been burned by it. Hiroshi Yamauchi was saying, I've been saying this for some time, but customers are not interested in grand games with higher quality graphics and sound and epic stories. Cutting edge technologies and multiple functions do not necessarily lead to more fun. The excessively hardware oriented way of thinking is totally wrong. But manufacturers are just throwing money at developing higher performance hardware. Nintendo has no plans to release the so-called next generation video console at the next year's Electronic Entertainment Expo, so E3 in Las Vegas. We will rather make a new proposal that uses the GameCube at its core. Only people who do not know the video game business would advocate the release of next generation machines when people are not interested in cutting edge technologies. Oh man, Kiroshi, my dude. Oh, mm, mm. Like it kind of scream, like that quote kind of screams of internal pain and irritation. Like Sony really struck a nerve in there, which is kind of like weirdish. Because like if we will take a look at the Game Boy Advance in general, right? Let's take a look at the Game Boy Advance. Okay, all right. I kind of see where we are coming from because like if Game Boy Advance was released in 2001 and we are talking 2003, that's only 2 years into the generation, which would make a huge sense for Yamauchi to push kind of like, yeah, we have a current generation. It's amazing. People are buying it. Why would we like hop onto the bandwagon of making releasing platforms that are faster, uh, more technologically advanced? Plus, it very much goes into like the whole Yamauchi's thing was that it should be fun first and not like not necessarily technologically advanced. Oh my goodness, we are getting these crackles again. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. Why I'm hearing those crackles. Insane. Insane. I don't know. Do I? Yes, I still freaking hear those crackles. Where's dreams? Audio buffer issues, such as setting your bitrate too high on your playback device, or your CPU being under high utilization, resulting in a dropped audio data. I don't know. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure that my laptop isn't really pushing it in terms of like CPU load. I mean, it does occupy like two cores, but it looks fairly fine. And it's only, I don't understand. What's weird is that like it starts after some time. After like, do we have info like how? Is it like 20 minutes in? Wait, now it's like 40. Insane, dude. That's mm, that's that's sad. That's just sad. Like I don't know. Yeah, multiple times. will start crackling for 30 seconds and then return to normal. Okay. Link posted about says clearly the issue potentially will be fixed on Windows. I don't use Windows. God damn it. I don't understand. Like we have only 5.2% of CPU load. Actually should like drop FPS to 30, I think. I don't see any like huge benefit in streaming that shit in like 60 FPS. That's fairly useless. Man, only when I start streaming. Okay, okay. It doesn't seem like everyone else hears it, but in my case, everyone else will be hearing that. Interference. Uh, it just drives me crazy. Like that's oh my goodness. Like why? I don't understand. This is so bad. What if I'll put that in here? Is there still crackle? I don't hear crackles now, which is actually interesting. Okay, okay, okay. So it might be actually like overload, and so like now we don't hear it. Now we don't hear it. Now we kind of don't hear it as well. Holy hell! Oh my goodness. Well, okay, let's continue and we'll be trying to investigate further on. But man, it drives me crazy. Really, really, really drives me crazy. Hope it will not return, but it probably will. All right, so when we stopped, uh, Hiroshi Yamauchi saying shit about PSP, saying that nobody freaking needs overpowered type of stuff. People don't want it. Classic. Nobody needs that. In the late 1990s, Yamauchi had come up with a hardware innovation of his own, a game system that would be built around two screens instead of one. This wasn't the first time Nintendo had experimented with two screens. The arcade game Punch Out had a second screen, as did the Play Choice 10. So did several handhelds Game & Watch LCD games such as Donkey Kong, Oil Panic, and Mario Bros. Okay, okay. Need to write that down. or maybe just type it in the laptop. Or no, no, no. Let's just mark it like here. Whoop 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 whoop. Nice. This way, we just keep marking some stuff. Okay, let's just take a look at those, so we'll know what the fuzz is about. You know, arcade game Punch Out. Is it Nintendo? Yes, Punch Out 87. Arcade Archives, Punch Out for Nintendo Switch. No, we don't need Nintendo Switch. Oh, this one. The history of Punch Out. Nice.
This video was made possible by our generous supporters on Patreon. Check out patreon.com/NWR for all the details. Success. It made use of two screens, a spiritual precursor to the Nintendo DS, mainly out of necessity. After Donkey Kong, Nintendo had too many screens, so they made a game to use two of them in one machine. The characters were designed by Shigeru Miyamoto, and quintessential Nintendo composer Koji Kondo made his debut at the company on this project. Classic foes such as Glass Joe, Piston Hurricane, Bald Bull, and Mr. Sandman were part of the fighter roster that squared off against the wireframe green-haired hero who may or may not be Little Mac. Kid Quick and Pizza Pasta were also foes here, though Pizza Pasta never appeared in the series again, and Kid Quick only sort of showed up as Disco Kid in the later Wii game. The original Punch-Out was well received in its time and received two follow-ups. Super Punch-Out, which was more of the same with some tougher boxers, and Arm Wrestling, a game that used a similar arcade setup. The Super Arcade sequel added more enemies, including Bear Hugger, Dragon...
Timeline, references, timeline, or should I just like, honestly, I freaking need to like open that in Emacs. Emacs client. Let's go. Open. Emacs. Open. Yes. Maybe not client. Let's try just regular Emacs. Yes, that's the one we want. Okay. Notes, pages, blog, DS research. Nice. Okay, and that's org. All right. Oh, well, it feels softer, but okay. Length of the article. Okay. Timeline. what do we have in our timeline? Not timeline, DS precursors. Punch out, arcade. Then it was play choice 10. Game and then watch. Donkey Kong, Oil Panic, Mario Bros. Okay. All right. Now I want to take a look at the play choice 10. There's an arcade machine that consists of 10 different games. Huh. Including Super Mario Bros. Damn, dude. That's fire. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh, so it was called play choice because you have a choice in what to play. Goddamn. I don't see the second screen in this one though. Like that one is weird. But okay, so it was two arcades and then Game and Watch. Nice, nice. Good, 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 good. And I have shitload to read through actually. But okay, let's do that. I mean, so far I am enjoying that. Let's continue. Okay. I'll just go grab a bit more tea. But man, I wonder like how people are doing like videos so often. Because like I don't know, maybe the problem is that I'm trying to stream that one, but at the same time, if I wouldn't have been streaming it, I wouldn't have been doing nothing. So should I try like standing up? Let's try. Let's see if it works. Oh, nice. I mean, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's try. Let's try working standard. Mm, so shaky though. So shaky. It. I think it's even more shaky now. Probably because like the table is more shaky by itself. Now this what drives me crazy, like the shakiness of the stuff. But well, can do nothing except for like ordering the phone holder. But I mean, I will do that eventually. Oh my goodness, it's so freaking. It's so shaky. It's so shaky. Okay, let's read. So, Perrin Kaplan was saying a system with two screens was actually Mr. Yamauchi's original idea. People had a really hard time adapting to it. Just the concept was very difficult for people, so then, then question was, why would I need that? At the time, Nintendo tried several experiments with portable screens. Like, why do I need that? Why do I need that? I know how it can. No, that's not too good. Like to like use it as a line to like. Okay, all right. At the time, Nintendo tried several experiments with portable screens. Factor 5, the company that made Rogue Squadron, received a prototype 3D screen for a GameCube and went right to work with it. The 3DS screen was actually existed long time ago. Originally, Takeda-san, NCL General Management Manager of Integrated Research and Development, Genyo Takeda, sent it to us. I believe that was right after Rogue Leader. We get this little prototype with attached to the top of the GameCube, and it was the 3D screen technology from the 3DS. He basically said to us, go play around with it, see what you can do with it. And so we used the first few months of 2002 to get our new render up for the Underforest, for a few other things that we're working on it. We got that going in 3D and had really nice 3D demo together. And at the last minute, unfortunately, well, fortunately, possibly, because the whole thing would have been a huge flop, they pulled the plug on the accessory. Mm, yeah, that's true. That would have been a huge flop. With all the excitement surrounding PlayStation Portable, Nintendo needed to do something to restake its claim on the handheld market. Sony wasn't the only company invading that space. There were also unconfirmed news reporting that Microsoft might have a handheld in development. Nokia had already announced its new and improved version of Engage, and then there was Tapwave, a tiny company that seemed to come out of nowhere with fully impressive palm-based handheld called Zodiac. Let's put that one in here. Like, yes, nice, nice. I like how it looks. I don't like how it shakes though. Okay, like I want to make it sturdier, unfortunately. I mean, it is what it is. The Microsoft handheld never materialized, but Zodiac caught off of positive attention. Its 3.8-inch screen was a third larger than the Game Boy SP screen and boasted nearly twice the resolution. Zodiac's architecture, including a Motorola processor, an ATI graphic accelerator, and a Yamaha sound chip, had an elegantly ergonomic case, and thanks to its Palm operating system, it was a PDA as well as a handheld game system. Mhm. Palm-based handheld called Zodiac. Oh man, maybe I need to just like switch to that and not see like Palm Zodiac. Damn, look at that. It looks like a Nintendo Wii U controller. Holy crap, I want that shit. I didn't even know it existed. 6th generation. Games, exclusive title. Oh my god. Top Wave Zodiac. I don't think AliExpress has it, but let's try. Nope. Okay. Let's try to look at eBay. New, amazing. I don't have like $1,000. Oh, that one is nice. Just 200 bucks. Wait, what the hell is this? That's the weirdest freaking cover that I've ever seen. It kind of makes sense though, like you're covering only the screen, but it's weird. Damn, dude, dude, I freaking want that shit. Ah, that one is nasty though. Mm, just look at that. Uh, that's just that's just that's just finest piece of advertisement. Look at that. Those headphones. They're like doing the conception thing. Yes, yes, yes. Nice. The PDA meets the GBA, only better. Nice, nice. Pretty cool, pretty cool. We'll need to mention that, like, to give it an honorary mention. Um, Setting the stage. Top of Zodiac rumors about Microsoft well, not new, but like Microsoft handheld. Yeah, we'll need to like put that stuff onto like the. But okay. So a lot of game journalists wrote complimentary reviews about Zodiac, but the editor said the big tech magazines unabashedly adored it. Wired, CNET, and a PC World. Damn, they already existed back then. Oh, PC World. I'm mixing it with other. Uh, how does a product worth watching? They needn't have bothered. Most successful hardware launches cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Money Top Wave didn't have. Zodiac came out at the end of 2003 and was officially pronounced dead in June 2005. That's pretty sad. Launched end of 2003. In the early 2004, Nintendo quietly invited a few journalists in to see a game system called DS that combined Game.com's touchscreen and stylus with Engage's small area connectivity, albeit with Wi-Fi instead of Bluetooth technology. Huh, okay. The new system opened like a checkbook and had two screens in form factor resembled such multi-screen Game & Watch products as Donkey Kong and Mickey and Donald. Okay, so in a timeline, we'll need to put the early 2004 invited journalists to show the DS. What the hell is Game.com? Bro. Game.com console. Ha. Nice. So there was a console called Game.com. Which had what, like stylus? Fifth generation handheld game console. It aimed to combine gaming with early digital functions such as touchscreen input and a limited internet connectivity. Holy crap! Hmm. I think we kinda can mention it, but I don't think like we should give it much of an attention. Game.com honorary mention. Okay. In its early demo games, Nintendo put more effort into. Oh, actually, we need also to put the. Engage Intend to put more effort into establishing the benefits of the second screen than into the gameplay. Got it. In one game, for instance, players steered a submarine through narrow underwater caves. The submarine was displayed on the top screen, and the controls were displayed on the touch-sensitive bottom screen. In another, players guided Baby Mario from Yoshi's Island, supported by 3 balloons. He floated through an airborne obstacle course. Okay, like that one we will need to mention. Oh, that's kind of cool. That like, wait, with some excitement, Nintendo needed something to restake its claim on the handheld market. Sony wasn't the only company late in that space. There were also unconfirmed news. Mhm. Okay. If your mobile phone had 2 screens, just think about what you could do. You could be texting someone and watching a movie. Ain't it great? That would be like incredible if my phone had 2 screens. I would go wild, but people had a really hard time moving from one screen. I mean, TV has one screen, phones have one screen, and movie theaters have one screen. Yes, 2 screens is such a. I mean, honestly, it's true. That's probably like DS and 3DS were most notable tech devices with 2 screens. Like we had some weird ass phones. I think one was like Sharp or something, which had like 2 screens. But was it Sharp? Sharp 2 screens. Oh, phone. Oh yeah, Kyocera Echo. It's kind of like. Oh, damn, that's so sexy. Dual screen phone is fascinating. ZTEs. Huh? Okay, so there were like actually multiple phones who did that, but I bet all of them did that after the DS, huh? It would be actually cool to have one of those, you know? ZT Axon. Hmm. Alright, it costs like $140. Spice Japan, nice, nice. Okay, alright. Man, dude, like we still have shit ton of book to read. Actually, like 15 pages. Like, how many did we read so far? Eight. We read only 8 pages. Ooh, nine. 9 pages. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It goes so long. Goes so slow. Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness. Ah, whew. Man, I think I think I might have missed one appointment. I'll think about it a bit later. Man, it's so shaky. So freaking shaky. Okay. So the showdown at E3 2004. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the latest addition to the PlayStation family. Cause here I the wait is over. This is Nintendo DS. Reggie. Okay. So okay. Timeline. E3 2004. PSP announced. DS announced. Okay. I mean, obviously, like, I'll put that one, like, a big one. A select few reporters had been on both of the new game systems, had seen one or both of the new game systems by 2004, but by E3 2004. Bound by NDAs, they hadn't published their thoughts. No photos had been leaked, not like today, huh? No reviews had appeared. When Sony Computer Entertainment America president Kaz Hirai triumphantly raised a PSP at Sony's pre-show press conference, the entire auditorium seemed mesmerized. The handheld console was pure Sony, sleek, glossy, and undeniably high-tech. Its screen took up nearly two-thirds of its face. Here I asked the audience, why is the PSP so important at this stage in the game? Then he answered his own question. The proliferation of mobile devices is at an all time high, and in fact, many of us carry around more than one mobile device. Today, the worldwide market for mobile devices, whether it be cell phones, digital music devices, productivity tools, or gaming machines, is more than 1.4 billion units worldwide. PlayStation Portable will enter an already crowded space, but one with many growth opportunities. Nice. Pretty much how to say something by not saying anything. Though Hirai described PSP as a handheld video game system, he'd spent much of his presentations, presentation, listing the new device's non-gaming uses. It also has the ability to deliver high quality movies, music, and video, as well as other forms of digital entertainment content through one central device. On top of everything, PSP offered Wi Fi and infrared communications, allowing both internet access and network gaming. During that initial E3 presentation, Hirai stated that PSP rechargeable battery would last 10 hours, making it compatible with current systems, but Sony later device that estimate to 4 to 6 hours for games and less for video playback. Ooh, is it a game console? Yeah, that was Hideo Kojima. The quote by Hideo Kojima, authored by Hideo Kojima, starring Hideo Kojima, with regards to Hideo Kojima. Is it a game console? Said Hideo Kojima. Is a question that does not have to be asked. You don't necessarily have to play games on the PSP. You don't have to watch videos either. You don't have to listen to music. You need to listen only to me, Hideo Kojima. Let the consumer choose between videos, music, and games. Let the consumer choose whether she feels like watching movies, listening to music, or playing games every day. Hideo Kojima. Tetsuya Mizuguchi. Damn, who's that guy? Why this so shaky? I mean, I know why it's so shaky, but like, Tetsuya Mizuguchi. Mhm. Okay, so he was the dude who was doing Sega thingies. Okay. Damn, it's so shaky. It's so shaky. I'm going insane. But man, blah, blah, blah. So Tetsuya Mizuguchi was saying, I was so excited. I loved PSP. I still love that platform. I love music. I wanted to create a puzzle that could experience music from, that people could experience music from. The PSP was a very good platform for that. This was fun, but from the music point of view and the high res point of view, the PSP was a good fit for my inspiration. But manufacturing a device that combined that's already not what Mizuguchi was saying, but yeah. But manufacturing a device that combined a game system, movie viewer, an MP3 player with a high resolution screen, and Sony quality audio won't be cheap. PSP may have done what Nintendo don't, but its launch price was $250, just $50 less than N-Gage. Whoa, N-Gage was hella expensive. Although that was kind of a premium phone, right? And PlayStation 2 and $150 more than the price of a Game Boy Advance SP. Holy crap. So, cause here I was saying, the initial target audience for PSP is more reminiscent of our approach in the home console space. We'll be looking at a primary target of 18 to 34-year-old males, and those users more apt to embrace new technologies and products early on. This group is one of the largest on PlayStation 2, and we know that they buy more games with more disposable income. Hirai's announcement eerily echoed statements made by Trip Hawkins 10 years earlier about targeting the Playboy demographic with his 3DO multiplayer. Like N-Gage, Sony's new handheld would take the Swiss Army knife approach. Though, unlike N-Gage, PSP boasted an impressive screen, a more realistic price, and a genuine pedigree in games. Hirai announced that 99 publishers had committed to make games for the new system, including Konami, Electronic Arts, Square, and Ubisoft. Fuck the Ubisoft. The reaction to PSP was enthusiastic, both among game developers and in press. Okay. 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 Loop, loop, loop. Oh, like this. Okay. Every so often, a product comes along which, despite extravagant claims and sky-high expectations, actually lives up to the hype. Jesus, the new PlayStation Portable is that sort of thing. And Gay Crowell, who's that? Kai Gay Crowell. I've seen the dude. American writer, video game critic. Nice, nice. He's a pretty nice dude. Cool. Okay. I think most people, Shane Satterfield was saying, former editorial director of G4 Media, I think that most people would thought that PSP was going to take over and dominate the handheld space because it was so much more technically impressive. It could do 3D plus, it could do 2D just as well as any Nintendo handheld. Sony at this point just could do no wrong. And then Hideo Kojima was citing Hideo Kojima with the authorship of Hideo Kojima by the thoughts of Hideo Kojima. I am more interested in the PSP as a consumer than a game maker. It's something I would like to carry around. Personally, if I carried around PSP, video games would be lower on my priority list. Um, I didn't get that one, but okay. Oh, like he would be like listening to music or watching a video on that. Okay. Nintendo staged the last of the major pre-show press conferences at E3 2004. After attending Sony's conference, many attendees harbored a deep-rooted suspicion that Nintendo's situation had just gone from bad to worse. But that was nothing new. Still in that line. There was this constant feeling that Nintendo was the Titanic and Sony was the iceberg. Starting with the first E3 held in 1995, the year Sony launched its original PlayStation, there had been this odd dissonance between Nintendo's E3 promises and its end of the year results. With each successive year, Nintendo lost another 5 to 10% of its share of the console market. But Nintendo executives always began presentation describing new levels of success and promising another great year, even when their business was in decline. Now, on the heels of Sony's unveiling disc-based, internet-exploring moving plane stereophonic masterpiece, Reggie Fils-Aimé unveiled the Nintendo DS. From the time we announced its code name, you've known these initials to represent its most obvious feature: dual screens. But that's not what the initial stands for to us. DS has a much larger and relevant meaning: DS, Developer System. In creating DS, we've given the world's most talented game makers new tools to work with, new ways to express their imaginations, and of course, in the end, new enjoyment for all of us. The result is this: DS not only changes Nintendo, it changes our industry. Okay. So, Reggie defended Nintendo's decision to entirely rethink the handheld market rather than create a Game Boy with a better screen. I like to think of it as like buying a car. Admit it, your left brain looks at the vehicle in terms of the numbers. What's the horsepower? What's the towing capacity? The 0 to 60? That's our competitor's approach. But your right brain is different. There's only one question on there. Sitting behind the wheel, where will this baby take me? In other words, do you want to go out just a bit faster down the same streets you've always driven, or down a new road to places you've never seen before? That's the difference with the DS. Okay. Maybe, maybe. I mean, like I'll put like question here because like I'm not sure. Man. So it was rise to the heavens. Okay, okay. Rise to the heavens. Chapter 10. Goodness. Okay, let's do that. Coming from Nintendo, the company that ultimately marketed new platforms by promising to publish another Mario, a new Zelda, an updated Mario Kart, and maybe a Star Fox or Super Smash Bros. Taunting competitors about going down the same streets sounded hypocritical. Nintendo's press conferences were always packed with loyalists, reacting more enthusiastically than the spectators at the Sony's conference. The audience cheered at Phil's IMA, discussed the benefits of two screens, then they erupted when he unveiled the new Metroid coming to the DS. Wait, I didn't get that. Coming from Nintendo, the company that ultimately marketed new platforms by promising to publish another Mario or Zelda. Like, okay, I understand. But again, Reggie. But two screens are just the first of the tools that define the DS. Let's move on to the next pair. Two media base. One accommodates DS software easily, holding games with 1 gigabit of data. Gigabit, not gigabyte. And well beyond. The other plays two media base, one DS software easily holding games. The other plays all of your favorite GBA games. That's right, backwards compatibility means an instant library of over 500 titles. Not everything went over as well. The audience may have cheered long and loud while Reggie announced the backward compatibility, but only the most loyal loyalists broke the silence when he announced a built-in microphone that could be married to voice recognition programs. This would have two forms of wireless communication. One that allowed up to 16 people to play and communicate in a range of up to 100 feet, and Wi-Fi compatibility, which would enable users to access the internet. Reggie stated that DS would come to market with a different name. It didn't, and be launched in Japan and in the United States by the end of 2004. That final announcement was redundant. In the months leading up to the E3, Nintendo of America had already announced the 149 launch price and November 21 release date. So 149. So it was 100 freaking bucks cheaper than PSP. That's serious. Comparing PSP and DS became a hot topic at E3, and the general consensus was that Sony clearly came out on top. The first night of the show, and Guy Kroll attended a small dinner with a couple of Activision spokesmen and another reporter. When the reporter asked him what he thought of DS, Kroll responded, "It was only slightly less horrific than I had imagined." The DS was a crazy device. I mean, look, history has proven it out. I'm not saying I wasn't wrong. Obviously, DS was a runaway hit. It proves the odd genius of Nintendo. We will probably need to put that one. Kroll wasn't alone. PSP games looked better and played like console games. People made snide comments about two small screens not being better than one larger, high resolution screen. Maybe. The games at the Nintendo booth did little to change people's minds. Mario 64 DS looked and played like Mario 64 on N64, which had been a breakthrough game nearly a decade earlier. Marketing Game Boy Advance as a handheld Super Nintendo may have been a great strategy 4 years earlier, but people weren't looking for a handheld N64, not in the shadow of the PSP. At the Sony's booth, PSP games really did look and play like miniature versions of PS2 games. Drive past the airport in the PSP version of Ridge Racer, and an enormous passenger jet took off in the very near background. Ridge Racer for DS looked sparse and primitive by comparison. At Nintendo booth, Sega showed a game called Feel the Magic XY slash XX that epitomized the spirit of DS. It was a collection of zany minigames that, in theory, represented a man's attempt to woo the woman of his dreams. What made this game stand out was that it required players to use the stylus, the touchpad, and the microphone. The first minigame, for instance, begins with the main character accidentally swallowing a goldfish. To help him survive, player had to guide the fish up the protagonist's gullet using the stylus. Some of Feel the Magic minigames had people rubbing the stylus back and forth so furiously that it scratched the screen. Oh man. I understand that you sometimes talk about Virtual Boy and DS as if they have something in common. The only thing that was special about Virtual Boy was that the image popped out. In the case of the DS, the two screens are not the only unique feature. Yeah, I agree. Another only unique feature will be the touch screen. Pretty much. That was what Satoru Iwata was saying. In an on-site interview, Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto admitted that he had not foreseen how brutally some gamers might treat the hardware and said he would need to make changes. But he wouldn't specify what those changes might be. Not everyone saw PSP as unbeatable. On the first day of the show, Squaresoft president Yoichi Wada allowed the reporter to tag along as he and a couple of his executives stepped out for a cigarette. Like so many E3 discussions that year, Wada's conversation eventually turned to DS versus PSP. Wada listened while the other executive marveled about PSP's screen and power. Then he said he believed DS would be more popular. People are not looking for the handheld version of their console games, he said. Nintendo understands this. Whoa, damn! Dude was he was ahead of his time, man. He was looking straight into like everything. A prophet. I will call him a prophet. A prophet. A prophet. Um, man, gosh, there. Who was that? Yoichi Wada, the prophet from Square. An even more surprising evangelist for the Nintendo point of view was Hideo Kojima, a committed technophile whose games were most closely identified with Sony. If I am restricted to games only, I want to see areas explored with portable game systems that cannot be explored with home consoles. Portable systems should not be smaller versions of home consoles that you carry around. The games you play on a portable system should take advantage of the fact that they can be carried around, leading to the new forms of gameplay. For example, with Boktai series, oh yeah, I see what you did there. And that was a Boktai was a Game Boy Advance title uh, made by Hideo Kojima, which used light sensor actively. Do I have it here? Maybe. Oh shit! I cannot like show it. Hmm? Okay. Changes in environment such as sunlight or the lack thereof affects the gameplay. Portable games should not be like a regular meal carried around in a fast food dish. It's more of a dish that you can enjoy only because of the fact that it's takeout food. That's the kind of experience I expect portable systems to provide. Hideo Kojima. Okay, maybe, maybe, mm, maybe. I played the hell out of Untold Legends on the PSP and Patapon. I love the feel of the PSP and the form factor, but the Nintendo DS was just incredible. I liked it had two screens and that you would see games like Contact by Atlus that took advantage of both screens and used them in really interesting ways. I thought it was great that they broke the paradigm. It was a really good upgrade from the Game Boy Advance. John Romero, the legend, the man, the legend. Okay, like let's maybe also like I don't know, maybe let's actually take a look what Contact Atlus DS. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, now let's go back. In one on one meetings with reporters, Satoru Iwata admitted that he had not yet had the opportunity to try PSP. Though he had certainly heard about it in what would become something of a company slogan, he then touted all of the innovative option DS would bring to gaming. Fundamentally, PSP isn't going to be able to do anything as far as displaying that you can do on a current system. Whereas we are interested in more than great graphics and screen, we are looking more at the creative hand, and the PSP isn't going to bring anything new creatively to the development process. Satoru Iwata. Okay. Maybe, I don't know, like, maybe, who knows? Maybe. The three Game Critics Awards, which are voted on by a select panel of journalists attending the show, are not entirely fair. Historically, the editors selecting the awards are so busy visiting large companies like Sony and Microsoft that they seldom have time to venture beyond the west and south halls of the Los Angeles Convention Center. The smaller companies were relegated to Kensha Hall and are seldom considered for Game Critics Awards. In 2004, Sony PlayStation Portable won the Best of Show award, the highest award at the show. Winning Best of Show was no guarantee of success. In 2001, the critics gave the prize to the GameCube. Look how that turned out, huh? The battle of the handheld wasn't the only hot topic at E3 in 2004. That was the year that actor Vin Diesel teamed up with Vivendi and a Swedish development house named Starbreeze Studios to create The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay, a strictly single-player game with astounding graphics. Microsoft made console games social activity that year with Halo 2, and Rockstar ignited yet another battle in the morality wars with the unveiling of the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. That one. Mm. I mean, I'll skip the Chronicles of Riddick, honestly, but like that one, maybe. On the second night of the show, Engal Kroll found himself in a debate with Jay Allard, Microsoft's vice president of the Xbox platform, over dinner. The topic, of course, who had the better handheld. So it was me, Jay Allard, Geoff Keighley, Spike TV was there, Andy McNamara, former director and chief of Game Informer, and Aaron Greenberg, who's now the number 2 in marketing at Xbox. We were at dinner at the steakhouse in downtown LA, and Jay got on the subject of PlayStation Portable and was like, it's gonna be a flop. I say, no, I think it's gonna be on the same trajectory as PlayStation 2. I don't know who proposed the bet, but the substance of the bet was, if I was right, he was going to have to wear dreads for a day during E3, including at Microsoft's pre-show press conference, if he was right. Then he was going to get to shave my dreads on stage at E3. Wait, what? I don't know who proposed, but the substance of the bet was, if I right, he was going to have to wear dreads for a day during the E3. But like, okay. Alrighty. $27. Okay, so only 10 pages. Only 10 pages. How many freaking pages we read so far? Slightly less horrific than I imagined. Right. So it was 207 and now it's 227. So we did 20 pages. We need to do another 10. God damn it, reading is hard. Ah, I don't know. I think I will like probably will go grab a quick sandwich and be back in like 10 minutes. E3 2004. Let's go with E3 2004 and I'll just put it up. Nintendo. $48. Okay. Life's worth living. Okay, I'll just like leave you with that one and mute my mic. And we'll be watching that as well soon.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games. We like games with big stars and big explosions. And we like games so scary, they keep you up at night. It's a new day. It is game time. It's a new day for me, and a new day for Nintendo. So let's get a couple things straight right off the bat. Part of my job is finding a way for you, the game experts, to have fun. At the same time, I understand if you're among the terminally hip, Nintendo isn't your only choice for gaming. But maybe what you've already seen helps you understand that we're serious about expanding what we do. We also understand that we're not going to run our company just for hardcore gamers. There are gamers out there who aren't as knowledgeable as you, gamers who aren't your age, gamers who don't have your tastes, gamers who live for Mario and Yoshi and Pokemon. It's my job, it's Nintendo's job, to make sure we satisfy all the gamers and to do it better than our competition. We know that this is your third stop on the press tour over the last 24 hours. We know what you've seen and heard, so let me draw a comparison. One of our competitors is a manufacturer in Japan who wants to capture every one of your entertainment dollars, transporting all your content between all your electronics devices on their memory sticks. We're not that company. And there's another company out there who doesn't care what you do as long as you do it on their operating system. We're not that company either. Over the years, I know you've heard a lot of Nintendo people say, we're all about the game. Well, guess what? We are. Whether you're talking about Donkey Kong or Tetris, Madden or Mario, Metal Gear or Resident Evil, he with the best games wins. Always been that way, always will. As this company moves forward, you're going to see more Nintendo games and different Nintendo games, and most importantly, new ways for you to relate to your games. But let me tell you one other thing. This is not a promise for what we're going to do sometime in the future. It's what we're doing right now. And if you don't realize that, listen closely. While others are talking, Nintendo is acting. Let me ask you a question. What company right now is driving category sales? If you said someone other than Nintendo, you're wrong. We have momentum, have had it since late last year. And if you don't feel it yet, you will. I'll promise you that. Now, I'd like you to welcome a guy who's been essential in building that momentum, George Harrison.
Well, good morning. Reggie mentioned what's going on in the market right now, so let's take a look. This graph shows the industry sales, excluding Nintendo, over the last 2 quarters, compared with the previous period. Now, you don't need an MBA to realize that this really isn't a pretty picture. A full half year of negative growth. Now, let's look at what Nintendo's done in the same time periods. In the last 3 months of last year, up a whopping 21%. And in the first quarter of this year, despite the fact that we're competing with our own success, last year launching Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, Zelda Wind Waker, and even Game Boy Advance SP, we're up another 7%. So without Nintendo, there would be no growth. On the console side, we see plenty of business yet to be done in this generation. And unlike one of our competitors, who appears anxious for this generation to end, we're intent on fully playing out our hand. It's how we've always played the game because it works. Right now, industry growth is being delivered by Nintendo, only by Nintendo. And that's because we're focused on the here and now. Here's the up-to-date scorecard on the console business. Over the last year, Sony has sold through about 6 million machines. That's a decline of about 28% from the year before. Microsoft moved about 3.2 million machines, essentially flat with the previous year. During that same period, Nintendo sold through over 3.3 million units of GameCube, a jump of 41%. And yes, that is good for second place. So when you run the software equation, you get a very similar answer. Nintendo GameCube is more than holding its own. So far in 2004, we've sold more games per system than Microsoft, and we're closing in on Sony. Now, overall, the 3 systems combined have sold about 38 million units in this generation. And we believe that the potential for this generation is more than 55 million units. That means there are almost 20 million units still to be sold. And you have to ask yourself, what will sell them? Well, this is the 4th system that Nintendo has introduced and managed to the back half of a console cycle. And we've learned that success here always relies on the same 3 things. First, we've all burned through the hardcore early adopters, the gamers who want the most extreme challenges. They want them to occupy them for weeks or days at a time. But the late adopters want something else. They want pure entertainment. Entertainment that's easy to get into, and often just for a quick burst of time. And second, they want familiarity. They want names and characters from past generations that they're comfortable with. And finally, And most importantly, they want value. They're hunting for bargains. Major play for minor pay. Now, any of these three factors can win the market share in the back half of a console cycle. But if you've got all three going for you, this is what you get. We dropped the Nintendo GameCube price in late September. After 30 days, sales were up 50% over the same period in the previous year. After 60 days, they were up 58%. And counting through the holidays, even though we had already begun to run out of inventory, we sold more than 73% more GameCubes than we did in the prior year. Now, this chart does two things. First, it shows you why Nintendo is driving growth for the industry. And at the same time, Game Boy Advance owners is just the first of the many mountains that Sony has to climb. Game Boy Advance SP is built to be tossed in the backpack, carried in the briefcase, or even dropped in an airline terminal. With no internal drive, it stands up to a lot of abuse. And when it turns on, it lasts. The lack of a moving media also means that the gameplay powers on. We expect our battery life to significantly outpace Sony's. So we think that's enough to be a deal breaker for really true game players. Now finally, those of you who've been around our industry for a while realize that Game Boy at heart really is a platform like any other, built on the back of exclusive must-have titles. Game Boy never would have built its initial audience without the appeal of Tetris and Super Mario Land. Never would have leapfrogged into the sales stratosphere without Pokemon. These are games that launched only on Game Boy. Sony, just like Nokia and others, have to find a killer application before they can truly appeal to the mass market. So bottom line, Game Boy set an all-time record last year. We sold through more systems than any other year in our history. And now, with the wireless play and the video playback, suddenly that appeal is that much greater. In the end, though, it's still about the games. And this year, you'll see Donkey Kong Country 2, F-Zero 2, The Legend of Zelda, Mario Advance, Mario Party, and Mario Pinball, all coming to Game Boy Advance.
Gentlemen, play rough.
What we've talked about today are can't-miss products for Nintendo GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Games you'll be playing very soon. But there's something else in our future.
I know that a lot of the portable gamers that we have, and there's millions of them.
I think the dual screen is going to be amazing. It's about changing the way you play.
I think that the dual screen is the next leap forward. It looks like it could be a really neat concept. It's two-screen systems, never been done before. Well, I think everybody else is going to have to catch up.
All my friends are talking about the dual screen coming out, and I can't wait for it to come out.
I can't wait to see it.
Well, the wait is over. This is Nintendo DS. From the time we announced its code name, you've known these initials to represent the most obvious feature, dual screens. But that's not what the initials stand for to us. DS has a much larger and more relevant meaning. DS, Developer's System. In creating DS, we've given the world's most talented game makers new tools to work with, new ways to express their imaginations, and of course, in the end, new enjoyment for all of us. The result is this. DS not only changes Nintendo, it changes our industry. You'll find Nintendo DS represents a brand new way for players to relate to their games and to each other. Listen to the experts.
Nintendo came down and presented the DS platform to us just about a month or so ago. I think everyone was in shock.
When I told the functions of DS to our creators, they were very excited and eager to work on new development. They really liked DS.
The introduction of Nitro, or the DS, is going to allow us to take handheld gaming to the next level.
The history of the platform in the last 10 years is that improvements were made on only certain functions. It has been a long time since the platform itself changed radically.
With the DS, I think they set the next standard across the board for all kinds of things.
It's going to generate such a new way of playing games that is going to generate automatically more emotion, more excitement, and more fun for the player, which is basically what we are here for.
Things will totally change. We will think anew what we want to express and what kind of things we want players to enjoy using this platform. We're expecting to change the contents of the game, how to play the game, and how to make the game.
The DS will continue Nintendo's great success in the handheld gaming market.
It's very innovative technology that is clearly focused on immersing the consumer into the gaming experience.
As a whole, the development community already understands what's going on here. I like to think of it like buying a car. Admit it, your left brain looks at a vehicle in terms of the numbers. What's the horsepower, the towing capacity, the 0 to 60? That's our competitor's approach. But your right brain is different. There's only one question out there. Sitting behind the wheel, where will this baby take me? In other words, do you want to go just a little bit faster down the same streets you've always driven, or down a new road to places you've never seen before? That's the difference with Nintendo DS. Let me explain how this new journey is going to happen. Up to now, most of what the world knows about DS are those two screens. Today, it's my privilege to tell you the rest of the story. But let's start with the two screens. Each is programmable in 2D or 3D. The choice is up to the game designer. This opens a wealth of options for the developers, and they're totally excited about it. The 3D quality is simply beautiful. Most of you remember how you felt the first time you saw Super Mario 64 on Nintendo 64. It was a breakthrough that took the industry by storm. But this is Nintendo DS action, playing on our new portable system, just as you'll see it on the show floor tomorrow. Isn't it exciting? Well, then Mario sees himself in Nintendo DS, and he feels like flying. Now, how exactly do these screens get used? Well, again, it's developer's choice. But for starters, one character can stand 2 panels high, or take 2 different perspectives of the same battle, or monitor constantly available maps and menus. Here's a brand new Metroid game playing on Nintendo DS. The same way you'll be playing it tomorrow. Targeting and shooting now moves beyond buttons. Just tap the screen where you want to fire. Metroid's missions have always been nerve-wracking, but now they're non-stop because all of your map positioning and weapons changes are done on the fly. It's just awesome. But two screens are just the first of twos that define DS. Let's move on to the next pair, two media bays. One accommodates DS software, easily holding games with 1 gigabit of data and well beyond. The other plays all of your favorite GBA games. That's right. Backward compatibility means an instant library of over 500 titles. And it also welcomes a host of different accessories to enrich your game experience. Next, consider the most exciting two for game players. Two incredible new forms of player control. This is where the connection to your game really changes. The first is touchscreen, responding to either a stylus or to your fingertip. It's transformative. Whether you're inputting data onto a software keyboard or actually changing the direction or viewpoint of your gameplay, it's truly unique. The combination of two screens and touchscreen stands to reinvent gameplay. You can only find this on Nintendo. You can only feel this on Nintendo. And besides touch, there's talk. The built-in microphone can be married to voice recognition programs. That means your voice and only your voice can control the play. Together, touch and voice opens vast new realms of game interaction. If you're looking for the future of gaming, look at the interface. Finally, my favorite two, dual wireless capability. The first is a proprietary application that allows up to 16 people to play and communicate together. The range extends up to 100 feet. Think about different seats in an office, a lecture hall, an airplane. Who says they can't all become connected playgrounds? And with Nintendo DS, local wireless takes on a whole new definition. Specifically, imagine instant chat and draw transmitted exactly like you created in your handwriting. Your little works of art will look the same way on other screens as they do on your own. And DS will even connect for you, springing to life from sleep mode once you're in range of someone else transmitting in group format. But what if your friend is more than a few feet away, say a few time zones away? No problem. Wi-Fi means you can connect via the net. It's beyond online, it's no line. In all, this machine truly is transformative. It changes how you connect to your games and to each other. There's no reason to take my word for it. Instead, listen again to the developers who are already working on it. Their eyes are fixed firmly on the game horizon, mapping entirely new routes with Nintendo DS.
We look at the Nintendo DS as the next generation in portable gaming. It's more advanced, fully 3D. The two screens allow for a new game mechanic.
I think the brighter display and I think this new memory format is really going to set the standard for how handheld devices are going to be created in the future.
What I like best is the touch panels. The idea of just touching is wonderful. It's the touch panels that make things easy. The games that took a very complicated operating system and input system may be more player-friendly by using touch panels. The function will enable us to try more interesting things.
And one of the most exciting parts of playing video games is competing with your friends and your family, and to be able to compete with a live person is just ultimately the most exciting part of a product. The fact that a format like Nintendo DS supports that kind of multiplayer is tremendous because it really allows games to get to the next level.
We can use 4 screens when played by 2 players, maybe even 6 screens or 8 screens. The number of screens increases rapidly, and that kind of possibility of expansion makes us excited.
The developer opportunity.
Even 6 screens or 8 screens. The number of screens increases rapidly, and that kind of possibility of expansion makes us excited.
The developer opportunities are right now what's really driving a lot of creativity in the studios. How are we going to use the wireless? What can we do with 2 screens? What about the touch screen? That's really focusing our game designers on trying to build games in an entirely new way.
DS will be rolling out for months and years following launch. And when will that launch come? We're targeting release of Nintendo DS in both Japan and America this year.
Actually, but okay. Nobody's
And Europe
watching it
and
anyways.
Australia in the first quarter of next year. It will come to the market. It will come to the market with a new name and at an affordable price. On the show floor tomorrow, you'll see a wide range of demonstrations. Many of them, in fact, will become retail software. The change that DS represents, and indeed all of the new Nintendo, is happening under the leadership of our worldwide president, Mr. Satoru Iwata. Please join me in welcoming him.
The legend, Satoru Iwata.
Thank you.
Man, I need to like add some freaking.
Thank you. Nintendo was proud when we introduced the plus key switch with the NES instead of arcade joysticks. Proud of 2-player gaming with the NES and 4-player gaming on Nintendo 64. Proud of that analog joystick and the Rumble Pack and True 3D. We are proud we established portable gaming with Game Boy. All these advances are now industry standards. All make us proud. But I think we are most proud of this. All of those innovations changed games, and so
Yeah, good times. Imagine like somebody freaking
DS is
dragging
not simply
Steam
new.
Deck out of his inner
It's not
pocket
just more
of the.
functions or higher specs. It is different. Of course, Nintendo DS is not the only change
portable.
in our
Great.
future. That same word, different, also defines our approach for our next home system. It won't simply be new, it wants to simply include new technologies. Better technology is good, but technology is not enough. Today's consoles already offer fairly photorealistic expressions. Simply beefing up those graphics will not let most of us see a difference. So what should a new machine do? For both game creators and game players, new machine needs to do much more. They must offer an unprecedented play experience, something no other machine has delivered before.
Okay, let's watch it.
The definition of a new machine must be different. I want you to know that Nintendo is working on our next system, and that system will create a gaming revolution. Internal game development is underway. When the impact of the new home machine comes, our revolution will be there. I suppose I could give you a list of our technical specs. I believe you'd like that, but I won't for a simple reason. They really don't matter. The time when horsepower alone made an important difference is over. From this time on, we must create something more unprecedented experiences, the same way we have with Nintendo DS. So let me repeat. Work on revolution is well underway. When you see it, you will be excited because you will experience a gaming revolution. And with Nintendo DS, video games will be changed. This week, I invite you to enjoy the great new experiences we are creating for Nintendo GameCube and Nintendo Game Boy Advance, and of course, the wonderful new Nintendo DS. Thank you very much.
Okay. Damn, those beats slam.
Thank you, Mr. Iwata.
Thank you, Mr.
I hope
Iwata.
you've all enjoyed our program this morning.
Yeah.
But before you leave, I'd like you to step inside one more world for Nintendo GameCube.
Oh, GameCube. Then just like take a look at how leggy those graphics look. Like it's not smooth. Is it in colors for this? Like, damn, that looks fucking impressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shigeru Miyamoto.
Shigeru, dude, hell yeah. Amazing. My man.
Sorry, I'm not Link, but I do know him. Even after 18 years, the Legend of Zelda never stops changing. And this game is no different. We are now taking you to a world where Link has grown up, a world where he will act different and look different. In order to grow, Link must not stand still. And neither can I. So, thank you. And goodbye.
Wait, what do you mean just Legends of Zelda? I also need to stop freaking playing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've spent my entire career marketing products to teens and 20-somethings. And I learned a long time ago, there's no BSing that audience. They want great product and they want great value. They want cutting edge and they want legendary. They want the best of the past.
Pretty stupid.
And they demand what's absolutely right
I mean,
now.
I was pretty
Nintendo
stupid
is
when I was a
delivering
teen.
all of
I'm
that.
pretty stupid right now, but
Zelda,
like when I was a teen, I was
Capcom's Resident
like,
Evil, Pokemon, Mario, and Nintendo DS all boost the momentum we're carrying into this E3 through the rest of this year and well beyond.
Okay.
We're giving players what they want for both GameCube and Game Boy Advance. And they're rewarding us with more market share. Funny how that works. As you've seen, Nintendo DS is not standing still. As a 10th serious competitor decides to make a run at Game Boy, DS raises the bar on portable gaming before they even get started. Nintendo DS is a third way to play. It defines its own category. It reinvents portable entertainment, and so will Nintendo's revolution. I hope if we've done anything, it's to show you that this is a new day for Nintendo. We remain all about the game, all about the gamer, or in other words, all about you. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Okay. So that was our dude Reggie. Okay. So what we need now is I'll probably like keep YouTube here. Or not. Maybe not. Okay. All right. What we need to do now is to get back to reading a bit. That will be good. Okay, just like this, so it will look beautiful in the corner. It's gonna be cool. All right. So what we need to do now is to just read another 10 pages. So let's go quick over that. Chapter 10. Rise to the heavens. Our view of the Game Boy experience is that it's a great babysitting tool, something young kids do on airplanes. Okay. The DS represents a critical moment for Nintendo's success over the next 2 years. If it succeeds, we rise to the heavens. If it fails, we sink into hell. That's nice. That's nice. That one I like a lot. Hiroshi Yamauchi. It's interesting, like when he said that. Like when. Okay. Late starters. launching the nebulously named DS in Japan on December 2, 2004, Nintendo had a 10-day head start on Sony. PSP launched on December 12th. By the end of the year, Nintendo sold 1.1 million DSs in Japan, and Sony sold 300,000 PSPs. Ooh, nice. In that initial month, DS outsold PSP nearly 3-1. That additional 800,000 units might have been inconsequential, except that Nintendo sold another 2.9 million DSs into the Japanese market the following year, while Sony sold 1.9 million PSPs. After the first year, Nintendo had sold a cumulative 4 million DSs compared to Sony's 2.2 million PSPs. That was the odd year. The year PSP came as close as it would ever come to closing the gap. Damn. Late starters. The sentiment around Japan at the launch of PSP and Nintendo DS was mostly about how incredible Sony technology was and how inspired and toy-like Nintendo's latest handheld was. And wait, the sentiment around Japan at the launch of PSP and Nintendo DS was mostly about how incredible Sony's technology was and how uninspired and toy-like Nintendo's latest handheld was. I distinctly remember the first few days of holding a PSP. It felt like I was holding an artifact from the future in my hands. Nothing quite encapsulated the difference between PSP and Nintendo DS. God damn, I need to do that. Sorry, one second. I just need to take that. Excuse it. Yeah, just look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I need to freaking do something like that. Yeah, I'll be using it as a bloop. Okay. Cool beans. Nothing quite encapsulated the difference between PSP and Nintendo DS in the early days more than when running Ridge Racer side by side on both platforms. The PSP handheld its sleek PS2 level graphics without breaking a sweat. PSP handled its sleek PS2 level graphics without breaking a sweat. The DS felt like it was about to keel over. There is a famous photo of some expats living in Japan posted on an online community about how inferior Nintendo DS was to PSP. At the time, Nintendo felt like an absolute joke. Boy, were we wrong. So I need to get Ridge Racer on both of those guys and compare them in the video or something. What's interesting is that it's even the sentiment in Japan. So even Japan felt like it. When it came to releasing must-have system-selling games, Nintendo struck first. In April 2005, Nintendo released Nintendogs, a Tamagotchi-like game in which players raised puppies, Jesus Christ, training them as they matured into adult dogs. Nintendogs played to all of the DS's quirky strengths. Players could communicate with their virtual canines by speaking into the mic and play with them via the touchscreen and stylus. They could view their pets on one screen while scrolling through food, toys, and communications on the other. Using wireless networking, players could create play dates with other Nintendogs owners. Nintendogs was pure Nintendo, nerdy, clean, technology enabled rather than technology dependent, and money making masterpiece. Since tastes in dogs vary, Nintendo released three different versions of the pet raising simulation: Chihuahua and Friends, Miniature Dachshund, Da- Dachshund, Dachshund. Ah, Jesus Christ, man. Dachshund, Dachshund, Dachshund.
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 What the hell? Can you like not freaking change this? But okay, whatever.
Dachshund.
Dachshund. Dachshund. Dachshunds and friends. Miniature Dachshund and friends and Shiba Inu and friends. I want Shiba Inu and friends. That's the one I'm getting, okay? I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that right freaking now. Nobody, like Nintendo ain't gonna sue me because nobody watching my streams, okay? But Nintendo, please also don't watch my streams, okay? Please, like, you of all people, you should not do that. Even though, like, I'm kind of like giving a tribute to you, right? We need to, like, you know, um, we need to keep this underground. And now I'm kind of interested, like, how fast can I like fetch my perfectly legal copy of the game? That's not what I wanted to mount. NFS. All right, smaller collection. What's the like will it die here? I think it probably will. I think so. Console. Nice. That works. damn, they actually released much more of them. There were Chihuahua in France, Shiba in France, Dachshund in France, Lab in France. I would assume that's Labrador. Then yeah, Labrador in France. Yo, what? What the hell? You wanna say that mother flippers? They released Shiba in and France only in Japan. They did not release Shiba for why? They did not release Shiba for for the rest of the world. What the hell, Nintendo? How freaking could you? Man, that damn Nintendo. God, how? Why? They also released Dalmatine. Man, I'm so pissed off. I'm pissed off. Like, why? Why would they do something like that? Don't make any assumption on my actions, okay? Nothing is Jesus Christ. Nothing is happening here. There is nothing to see, okay? Nice. There was never anything to see or hear. Okay. Come on, show it to me. Here we have Ridge Race. Here we have Nintendo. Why it's blue? All right, so we do have a situation where like playing like this on a DS will not like playing like this for the camera will not be like the very great solution because of those. Oh, okay, so you needed to like boop, 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 boop. Welcome to Nintendo's. So close. Yeah. Yes, yes, please. Yes. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is the demo or what? Yes, we get there like the Shiba Inu gas. 258,000 freaking yen, dude. Damn, just look at those cows. Yeah. Look, he's going there and stuff. Amazing. That's just amazing. Great. Oi. Oi, yo. Oi, what's up? Come here. Oh, oi. Oi, you. Dude. What up? How you doing, little fella? You can pet him here. Look at that. Look at that. He looks happy. Happy, happy, happy. Holy shit. That's so fucking amazing. Like, look at that. God damn. He's like, you can do his ears and stuff. So cool, so cool, so cool. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Look at him. Look at the good boy. Ah, good boy, good boy. So good, so boy. Nice. What up? Why? 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 What up? Amazing. Look at it. You can call him. You can freaking call him. Dude. beautiful. That's just beautiful. That's amazing. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to flip anyone over. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Oh, I don't know what happens. I don't know, but like, okay, that's enough of an illustration. Mhm. Yeah, so the original Ridge Racer was released on PSP in 2004. Okay, all right. Mm-hmm. 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 Cool, cool, cool beans. Cool beans. Okay. So, yeah, Nintendogs was pure Nintendo. Nerdy, clean, technology enabled rather than technology dependent, and money making masterpiece. Since tastes in dogs vary, Nintendo released three different versions. Do I have like other? Because like I think I had like two versions, really. Wait, don't tell me one of them didn't work. Pretty weird, but okay. Alright, whatever. I'll just like here, like we'll just like put it here, like just like. Oh damn! Like we're going like straight into the gameplay here. Okay, okay, alright. Dude, okay. It's just like so. Here it is, the Nintendogs. So, collectors by nature, many Nintendo fans bought all three versions, just as they frequently purchased both versions of Pokemon games. Freaking nerds. Like, freaking nerds. Like, now that I'm not buying like 5 Game Boys and the like three wait, it's 6, whatever. Right, so Nintendogs was released in Japan on April 21, 2005, driving DS sales up 400% over the prior week. Taken from the 2005 Regis presentation. It's Nintendogs causing the Japanese game world to sit up and take notice. It received a rare perfect score from Famitsu, and it's been overwhelmingly voted best in show by Japanese gamers. It remains the top selling game franchise in Japan, with more than 400,000 copies having sold through in less in a month time. And as always is the case, hit software sells hardware. And this case is no different. The launch of Nintendogs was responsible for making DS the best selling game system in Japan, in fact, selling more than 3 times the rate of PSP. Reggie. What up, boy? What? What? Can you hear us? What the fuck? He can't hear us for some reason. I don't know. Whatever. In May, Nintendo released Brain Age, a series of quizzes, puzzles, and minigames to invigorate users' brains. These weren't the typical party games found in Mario Party or Crash Bash. These games involved activities like math and pattern recognition, along with software for tracking the user's progress. As inside, I need to put that one in the charge. Just give me a second. Just 1 sec. Give me a sec. Just 1 sec. Okay, just like that. Okay. All right. Back to business. But Nintendo managed to include a dose of nerdiness and fun. It received fairly average marks from reviewers, but that wasn't the point. It was meant as a cerebral workout, a virtual space people entered with hope of warding off dementia in the future. Nintendo sold well over 2 million copies of Brain Age in Japan and over 19 million copies worldwide. My parents are both over the age of 75. Through all my years of making video games, I've showed them many games and they've never once said, I want that game. With this brain exercise game, they both have said, I want that game. Shigeru Miyamoto. And then, in November 2005, Nintendo Japan released Animal Crossing Wild World, a handheld version of an iconic GameCube title. The game Animal Crossing games were Nintendo's family-friendly answer to Second Life, a highly sanitized, open-ended world in which players move into town populated by talking animals. Like Electronic Arts Sims games, Animal Crossing games entertained players by having them do virtual versions of mundane tasks. Players could collect, trade, and sell items. They could buy furniture and decorate their houses. They could build houses, and thanks to the DS's Wi-Fi, meet with other players. I'll need to like Animal Crossing 2005. Nintendogs definitely going in there. I noticed the tide turning for Nintendo DS upon the releases of Nintendogs and Animal Crossing. A tide wave was forming. Nintendo has an internal mantra about the name of the game is the game. What? Meaning great software sells hardware. Oh, okay. Then I get it. The name of the game is the game. Okay, that's they really embraced that with the DS. It was fascinating to watch firsthand PSP losing the wind in its sales to Nintendo's underpowered hardware. That's actually, yeah, that's freaking fascinating. In March 2006, Nintendo released DS Lite, just 2 years after the release of the first one. That's probably was the most successful one. Smaller, more ergonomic version of a DS with brighter screens, demand for the handheld reached a new high. Then Nintendo released Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl in September. Nintendo sold 8.5 million DSs in Japan in 2006. No other hardware handheld or console cleared 2 million units that year. As long we focus on the high teen age group, I understand that PSP has more appeal. As long as we focus on high teen age group, I understand that the PSP has more appeal than the DS. But I believe that the situation will change when people will see the lineup of the DS software. Satoru Iwata. 4 of the top 5 games in Japan were exclusives. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, uh, New Super Mario Brothers, New Super Mario Brothers DS, Brain Age 2, Animal Crossing. The fifth highest selling game in Japan was Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy 12 for PlayStation 2. Man, that's like gonna be in the section about like on the roll, baby. I already kind of can see like how the story goes. Probably like because it is like presented in this way by the book, but like yeah, it's it's what we need to convey here. Because like kind of build up with Sony just like going like in your face Nintendo, like we're doing the like you have like portable PS2 and stuff, like everything's like cool and all. And I mean like PSP is a great device. Like honestly, it's freaking amazing. Like I would like to get more of those. Um, I think I have like I have two. One I gifted like one I gifted to my brother. Not one, what not out of two. But yeah, I still need to like get the 3000. I have a street that I restored, and I have PSP Go, which I think I will take with me next time. But yeah, yeah. Um, in 2006, Japanese video game industry sales surged to levels not seen for a decade, driven by a strong demand for portables. According to Famitsu, total video game retail sales hit 625 billion yen, about 5.3 billion dollars, up 38% year to year, with hardware value up to 60% to 2.2 billion yen, 262 billion yen. Software up to 25%, but yada yada yada. Not interesting. By 2007, the Japanese market seemed nearly DS exclusives, but a path to success was about to open for PlayStation Portable. Despite Nintendo's 3-year winning streak, the DS's lead in Japan wasn't yet unassailable. Given the right game, PSP could narrow the gap. Amazingly, it wasn't an all new game that gave PSP chance to catch up. It was a 2-year-old game originally released for PlayStation 2 and that hadn't sold especially well on that console. That game was Monster Hunter. Come here. Come here. What? To buy? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, it was save data. Jesus Christ, I was trying to do like to play save data. Jeez, man. So, Monster Hunter. Pretty sure that one like this game contains scenes of violence and gore. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can see Monster Hunter going somewhere there. That game was Monster Hunter. When Capcom first released Monster Hunter in Japan on March 11th, 2004, it was that rare PS2 game players could take online. An action RPG in which players hunted unruly beasts of all sizes and descriptions. It was a repetitive and hard as a single player game. But when players met online and hunted in packs, it became a social activity. Famitsu gave the original Monster Hunter a score of 32 out of 40 and it came in 37th on the Japanese top 50 games list. Capcom sold 288,000 copies, which is good but not noticeable, not incredible, sorry. Monster Hunter debuted on PS2 and actually had online multiplayer, which was extremely rare for the PS2 at the time. The game was a moderate hit in Japan. Then somebody at Capcom has the absolutely brilliant idea to reimagine the game for PSP by ditching its online features for local multiplayer. Focusing on local co-op so players can grind out hundreds of hours of monster hunting together on PSP was the killer app Sony's platform desperately needed. Reimagine the game for PSP by ditching its online features for local multiplayer. Okay. The PSP versions of Monster Hunter elevated the franchise to the level of cultural phenomenon. That's true. On December 21st, 2005, Capcom released Monster Hunter Portable in Japan. selling approximately 234,000 copies by year end and another 435,000 the following year. Following year, Monster Hunter Freedom, that one, titled, titled Monster Hunter Portable in Japan, was the PSP's hit Sony desperately needed to establish PSP in Japan. By the end of 2007, sales topped 4 million units worldwide with an astonishing attach rate, one of the 5 Japanese PSP owners purchasing a copy of the game. Capcom did something that Nintendo DS also tapped into Japan, which is underreported in my opinion. Ex-CEO of Square Enix, Yuichi Wada, taught me that in Japan there is a culture of not going home. Their homes are small. Many Japanese only have one TV. Ah, man, my finger hurts. Probably need to see the doctor. I freaking definitely need to see a doctor. Okay. Don't think about it, dude. Alright. There's a big reason. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Many Japanese only have one TV and it's shared with their spouses and children. This is why salarymen are out with their bodies too late. This is a big reason why Monster Hunter was the perfect game for PSP. This culture of not going home appealed to junior high school kids who were big consumers of PSP. The hardware was a price point they could afford and was perfect for their lifestyles. Kids wanted their own screen in their bedroom, not in the living room with their family. Remember, these kids grew up on Pokemon, so this more mature Monster Hunter series was absolutely perfectly designed for them to gather at McDonald's with their buddies and grind out hundreds of hours together on their PSPs. Boosted in part by Monster Hunter Portable craze, PSP sales nearly doubled over the next 2 years in Japan, jumping from 1.9 million units in 2006 to 3 million in 2007 and 3.5 million in 2008. Despite a spike in sales from the release of Monster Hunter Portable 2 Second G, which sold nearly 1.5 million copies in Japan in 2007, coming in second only to Wii Sport on the Japanese top 50, PSP continued falling further and further behind. In 2008, PSP finally had the top-selling game in Japan, Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G, which sold almost 2.5 million units every time Sony moved ahead with a Monster Hunter. Nintendo countered with a Pokemon. Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G may have been the best-selling game of the year, but it was also only PSP game in the top 10. Pokemon Platinum came in second with 2,187,000 copies sold. Four of the top 10 best-selling titles were DS exclusives. 23 of the top 50 titles in Japan in 2008 were DS games that year. Even though he had retired, Hiroshi Yamauchi still cast his shadow across the video game industry. After the GameCube disaster, Sony had looked unbeatable. In this case, Yamauchi had been right all along. It wasn't processing power that recaptured the Japanese market. It was unorthodox games played on unconventional hardware selling to untraditional audiences. As Yamauchi had predicted, Nintendo DS expanded the market. If we can increase the scope of the industry, we can re energize the global market and lift Japan out of depression. Hiroshi Yamauchi. When I think about those systems are being used and played by the Japanese people, I should say that PSP is seen as a way to play PlayStation 2 games outdoors. DS is appreciated by customers because of its unprecedented level of interactive entertainment ability, such as a dual screen, touch screen, and a microphone. Oh, so PSP didn't have a microphone? Oh, didn't know about that. From what I hear, in Japan, a large number of female users are purchasing Nintendo DS. Those who used to play before and quit are now starting to play Nintendo DS. They're more of the adult audiences, people in their 30s. They tell us that they quit playing, but when they saw Nintendo DS, they came back. Satoru Iwata. Certainly, they are Japanese game designers. Okay, timeline. Timeline. PSP announce. Ba-da-ba-ba. Nah, let's just go here. No profit. PSP catching up. Or more like trying to catch up. Expanding the market. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Certainly, they are Japanese game designers doing a much better job of it, a much better job of it, expanding the market to female audiences. These days with Nintendo DS. Actually, just today, the latest Japanese sales chart was released, and the country's best-selling game right now is a Nintendo game DS game called Love and Berry. That's based on a franchise popular with preteen girls. They sold nearly 500,000 copies of this game just this week. And to that, games with huge penetration into the. Jesus Christ. Ah, Chris Kohler. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Oh, goodness. And that too, game with huge penetration into the girl gaming market like Nintendogs, Animal Crossing, and Brain Age. And it's clear in Japan that Japan is getting to the point where no longer going to be a genre divide in video games within a few years. Okay. Now we need to read only 3 more pages. Outside Japan, Newsweek's and Guy Kroll bet his dreadlocks that PSP sales would follow the same trajectory as PlayStation 2 sales, that is, 10 million units sold in the next 12 months. Japan wasn't helping, but in the history of video games winning in Japan didn't necessarily guarantee worldwide success. And losing in Japan didn't necessarily translate into international failure. Despite huge successes in the United States and Europe, Sega Genesis Mega Drive never caught on in Japan. It lagged behind the Famicom and PC Engine, sold in the United States as NEC TurboGrafx in its early years and was forgotten in the wake of the Super Famicom. Notably successful in Japan, TurboGrafx barely made a dent in North America and in Europe. By 2007, Microsoft had sold 14.5 million Xbox units in the United States and 6 million in Europe. However, in Japan, Xbox barely cleared 500,000 units. Nintendo of America launched DS on November 21st, 2004. Sony Computer Entertainment America didn't launch PSP until March 24th of the following year. During that 4-month head start, Nintendo sold more than 1 million DS, despite going to market with the most lackluster of games. Release dates. Je peux. Okay. So December 2004. Yes. December 4. December 2004. 2nd of December, 12th of December. I suck at formatting. America. Yes, America. US. DS. Wait, what? Wait, what? No way. What the hell? Wait, it was 2003, right? No way. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. Yes. December 2nd, 2004. This was released in Australia on February 25 and Europe on March 11. No freaking way. Like, I can't believe that they would, like, launch their console in Japan later than in America. Like, what the hell? Can you please turn English? For real? Nintendo, what the hell is wrong with you? November 21st. 2004. PSP. March, right? March 24, 2005. Okay. During that 4 month head start, Nintendo sold more than 1 million DS despite going to the market with a mostly lackluster list of games. Okay. By the time PSP arrived in North America, Sony had assembled a formidable library that included new versions of legacy games from its consoles, such as Ape Escape, Twisted Metal, and Wipeout Pure. Most of the games that mitigated from PS2 to PSP had gameplay nearly identical to that of their console progenitors, but not all of them. Metal Gear Acid may have looked like a Metal Gear Solid game, but it didn't play like them. It was card-based RPG. Then there were the ubiquitous games, the ones that appeared on every conceivable console, the Sonic franchise, Madden NFL games, and the Tomb Raider series. They were front and center when Nokia announced Engage, and they quickly found their way onto DS and PSP as well. Somewhere along the line, having the Need for Speed, a Rayman, and a WWE game at launch had become a requisite. Exclusive titles, especially first party exclusives, defined systems. Nintendo's exclusives included Nintendogs, Animal Crossing, Pokemon, New Super Mario Bros., and Mario Kart. These games appealed to hardcore Nintendo fans more than hardcore gamers. Satoru Iwata may have wanted to avoid turning DS into a portable system for playing console games, but he allowed Activision to publish a Call of Duty games for it. In typical Nintendo fashion, they were upbeat, family friendly, and safe. In Japan, DS took an early lead and never looked back. That wasn't the case in North America. PSP outsold DS by a million units in the United States in 2005. Nintendo sold 2.6 million DSs and Sony sold 3.6 million PSPs. As PSP took hold, Nintendo of America had to reconsider its marketing strategies. Attempts to broaden GameCube appeal with M-rated games like Eternal Darkness and Resident Evil backfired, but that didn't stop Nintendo from employing a similar strategy with DS. Not too long after the PSP announcement, we got a call from Nintendo. They were curious if we would be interested in developing a version of Gauntlet, the Midway arcade classic for the DS. We said, that sounds great. So they sent out their producers. Terasaki-san, Keisuke Terasaki, a veteran producer project manager who worked on dozens of games, including two Luigi's Mansion titles and two Super Smash Bros. And Mr. Ando, Kaori Ando, a coordinator producer whose credits included several Pokemon titles. They both came out and retrofitted the whole office to have every version of Gauntlet available. Even versions of a pre-Gauntlet game called Dandy. We played Gauntlet all day with these guys who came out from Japan. They told us what they when they were when they went into college together, they played Gauntlet all the time. They also told us that the strategy was that they were trying to go out and get third-party IP for action games to compete with PSP because they felt that Sony had a real good grasp of action arcade games and were going to be on the PSP that were going to be on a PSP, and they felt that they would probably weren't really competitive. They started greenlighting a whole bunch of these external games and finding a developer to produce them. But US PSP sales dropped by 16% in 2006, from 3.6 million to an even 3 million. DS sales, on the other hand, spiked 100 to 105%, like 105%, with the releases of Mario Kart DS, Nintendogs, and Brain Age. Feeling more confident, Reggie returned to his initial marketing plans. Working in tandem with Nintendo Japan and Midway, we created this crazy version of Gauntlet. It was an all new version, like a true sequel. We got it all the way to completion. By the time we were done, and there were several other games, they all got cancelled because DS started to overtake the PSP in sales. Nintendo felt that they didn't need these titles anymore. Ooh, Nintendo, what why? Why would you do that? That was what was really cool. This is what's so awesome about Nintendo. They didn't want the game not to come out on the platform. So they helped us shop it to other publishers. What? By the time we were done, and there were several other games, they all got cancelled because DS started to overtake in the PSP in sales. Nintendo felt that they didn't need these titles anymore. What was really cool, this is what's so awesome about Nintendo, they didn't want the game not to come out on the platform. So they helped us shop it to other publishers. We went to Eidos and all these different companies, and Eidos eventually picked it up. It went out to review. We got 80s to 90s on our reviews and all this great stuff. And then Eidos said they didn't want to publish any more DS games. From the start, Sony. Wait a second. Nintendo discount. Okay, so it was released after all. Okay. Oh, release cancelled. Amazing. They already had like everything. What the hell, dudes? You had freaking game ready. Like what the hell? Hmm. Oh man, why? I don't understand. Like that's so weird. Cause like they as I understand, like Nintendo was paying for the development, right? I don't know. Weird. From the start, Sony published a wide array of first-party PSP games, ranging from an M-rated SOCOM US Navy SEAL game to an E10 Plus rated action adventure called Medieval. One of the most interesting early experiments on PSP games called Infected, in which players try to save New York from zombie-creating virus. The hero of the game was a cop who was immune to the virus, in a nod to I Am a Legend. Saving a Day involved finding a scientist who would use the policeman's blood to create a serum. Huh. Nice. Hello, Ellie. Last of Us, huh? What set Infected apart from previous games was a multiplayer mode that allowed players to infect each other's games with their own personal viruses, then track the virus's progress using online tools that monitored their spread across the PSP community. Damn, that's cool. The biggest news on the PSP, however, was the October 5, 2005 release of the Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories. Coming on the heels of GTA San Andreas for PS2, Liberty City benefited from the GTA mania that had overtaken the gaming world in general. If there was a new GTA game on some platform, a certain portion of the gameplay and population would adopt that platform specifically to play it. Yes, which stands true up to this day. Like I remember, and and Rockstar capitalizing on that as well. Americans bought approximately 717,000 copies of Liberty City for PSP in short 3 months. Rockstar sold an astonishing 1.2 million copies worldwide by the end of the year. Rockstar went on to sell more than 8 million copies of GTA Liberty City Stories worldwide. No other PSP game came close. The next highest selling game was Grand Theft Auto as well, GTA Vice City Stories, which sold more than 5 million copies. Kaz Hirai predicted that PSP would appeal to an older audience, proved prophetic. PSP had a much shorter appeal among adult consumers, much stronger appeal among adult consumers. Where Sony went wrong was in its projections about the size of the market. Sony arrived late to the party in Europe. Nintendo launched DS on March 11, 2004. EU. So, DS. US. EU. DS. March 11. March 11. 2004. PSP. September 1st. Sony arrived late to the party in Europe. Nintendo launched DS on March 11, 2004, while Sony launched PSP on September 1st. Having had the market all to itself for nearly 5 months, Nintendo sold 3.1 million DSs in Europe in 2004. Sony sold 2.2 million PSPs in 4 months. Nintendo lead looked tenuous at best. When it came to the software sales, PSP outperformed DS in Europe in 2004. The first year tie ratio for DS was 1.2 games per system, when PSP buyers purchased 2.7 games per system, proving Hirai's E3 prediction about 18 to 34-year-old men purchasing more games and having more disposable income. Sony's target market had more disposable income and bought more games, but they weren't buying hardware. By the end of the 2005, Nintendo had sold 12 million DS worldwide, while PSP sales topped out around 8.5 million. In 2006, Nintendo had pulled ahead in every major market. DS outsold PSP 4 to 1 in Japan in 2006. In the United States and Europe, the ratio was close to 2 to 1. Nintendo sold 19.9 million DSs to Sony's 8.1 PSPs worldwide. Adding in previous sales, the ratio was a nearly perfect 2 to 1 split, with 32.3 million people owning DS hardware and 16.7 million owning PSP. Nintendo went to sell 154 million DSs. The only video game system to outsell it was PlayStation 2 with 155 million units sold. Sony stopped releasing PSP sales figures in 2012. The final reports showed 76.4 million PSPs sold in worldwide, meaning Sony had shipped that many units. Fortunately, Fortunately for Guy Kroll, he didn't bet Allard that PSP would outsell DS. He had simply bet it would sell at the same trajectory as PlayStation 2. PS2 launched in Japan on March 2000, then went worldwide that fall. By April 2001, Sony had shipped 10 million units worldwide. Battered and bruised by DS sales, Sony still managed to sell 10 million PSPs by December 12, 2005. And history will show that I was right. In its first 12 months on the market, they did about 10 million units, which was about roughly what PlayStation 2 did. And then Jay went completely AWOL. And Guy Kroll. Taunting Microsoft's Jay Allard into making a wager was one thing. Collecting on it would turn out to be quite a different proposition. As E3 2006 approached, Sony released new shipment numbers showing that PSP had indeed limped over 10 million mark. Wanting to collect on his bet, Kroll placed several calls to Microsoft. Allard never responded. He refused to honor the bet, and I was like, wow, I didn't expect that. About a year went by, and I was inquiring through people Jay and I knew in common. Complete radio silence. There was no real expectation that he was going to wear his dreads wig for all of the E3, including the press conference. People at Microsoft were urging him. They were saying, look, you have to find some way to honor the bet. A great number of things had changed since Kroll and Allard had made their bet in 2004. First and foremost, Allard no longer worked on the Xbox team. Having taken on Sony in the video game market, Microsoft was about to go head-on-head with Apple in the MP3 space. As the CXO/CTO of computer products at Microsoft, Allard was the obvious pick to spearhead Zune, Microsoft's answer to the iPod. Allard didn't speak at Microsoft's pre-show press conference at E3 2006. With the Xbox 360 launching later that year, the only company executives who appeared on stage were newly appointed chief of Xbox officer Peter Moore and Microsoft chairman and chief software architect Bill Gates. During Bill Gates' presentation, Scott Hansen, director of platform security, appeared on stage to do a tech demo. Kroll wasn't impressed. Having placed his dreadlocks on the line, he wasn't in a forgiving mood. And he had a very bully pulpit. He wrote Newsweek's games blog pulpit. Okay. I did some blog post where I stepped up the pressure. It was kind of tongue in cheek. I interviewed some people who were gambling experts and psychologists on what might cause someone to renege on a bet and this kind of thing. Then one day, out of the blue, I posted a picture of himself holding a PlayStation Portable while wearing a dreadlock wig. You can probably find it on the internet. Let's find it on the internet. Another George was well liked and viewed as the father of Xbox. Oh, then one day out of the blue, Jay posted a picture of himself holding a PlayStation Portable while wearing a dreadlock wig. You can probably find it on the internet. You, where is it? Dude. We need to put that bet in there, like 100%. In the case of a better later than never, on May 8, 2007, nearly 3 years after he initially proposed the bet, Allard posted a picture of himself sporting a shoulder-length dreadlocks and holding a PSP with the words "and Gall had it right" on his Microsoft bio page. The larger type says "and Guy was right" or something like that, but there was some smaller type under it. Within the resolution of the photo, I don't know what that smaller text says. I'm assuming it was a shot at me of some kind, but anyway, that was the nature of the bat. And Guy Kroll. Boom! Hell yeah. We did that. We read through it. Oh my goodness. Ah, that was something. That was something. Ah. And Guy had it right. Okay. It goes in here. And J alert. Oh man. Honestly, it's time for me to go to sleep. But at the same time, like while it's still kind of fresh, my towards just like kind of getting through it, Okay. Called open, double the screens, double the fun. Okay. What if I told you Nintendo's most successful handheld was an idea that almost everyone hated? That's true, I like it. The idea was so wacky, two screens on one device, that even Nintendo's own president was unsure about it. The man who worked on the original Game Boy. Satoru Okada, who was general manager of Nintendo R&D before he retired in 2012, said that no one on the handheld team liked the idea of DS when it was proposed. If some folks had gotten their way, Nintendo would have produced a successor to the Game Boy Advance instead. If some folks had gotten their way, huh? According to Okada, the team had already begun working on Nintendo's newest handheld under the code name Iris, and there were zero plans to add a second screen to it. Actually, after the SP, we were working on the newest model in this range. The code name for this new Game Boy was Iris, like the flower. The explanation for this name is simple, since it was, for us, the fifth generation of Game Boy. We chose the symbol of May, the fifth month of the year, in the Hanafuda playing cards. The month of May is symbolized by the iris. It's not very freaking simple explanation. Like fifth generation, fifth card in the Hanafuda playing cards. Cool. Nice. 5 months of the year. God damn it, dude. Like, I can't wrap my head around it. While the DS would go on to become one of the company's most successful handhelds to date, at the time no one seemed to think adding second screen to a portable game device made any sense. Back in the Game & Watch series, back in the Game & Watch days, it was different because the second screen oh shit. Oh, okay. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, it was different because second screen allowed us to double the screen, the playing area, the number of graphic elements on display. But with the modern screens, there were no point. We were free to choose the size of our screen, so why bother splitting it into two? Especially considering that it was impossible to look at both screens at the same time. This is why we did not understand the idea. Okada apparently tried to urge Iwata to let him try to make the case to their former boss in person, explain why going with a second screen would be wrong move, but CEO declined. General manager. Uh-huh. something was the Satoru getting a call from his predecessor. Okay. Unlike many people in the company, I was not afraid of Yamauchi's son. I had already fought with him over different issues, and I also sometimes publicly opposed his ideas, but Iwata turned me down and said, "No, we'll still give it a try. See what you can do with it." We were both bothered by this, but especially since it meant that we had to start all over with our project. So I tried to put my team at ease and I told them I have some experience working with double screens. We will give it our best chance and we will see. Don't worry. It became Project Nitro, released in 2004 under the name Nintendo DS. Since the DS ended up having to compete with Sony's PSP, the additional lower sensitive, touch sensitive screen turned out to be a huge advantage for Nintendo going forward. Well, the DS went to sell just blah, 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 yada yada, but what everyone remembers that DS. What the DS eventually became with the Lite and DSi models, it's important to remember just how bulky and outdated the system's original prototype and even its original launch model looked. Yeah, Okada and his team may have committed themselves to making Yamauchi's vision work, but it was far from clear at the time that a spiritual return to Game & Watch was what audience were looking for. Apple wouldn't release its first iPhone for another 3 years, and touch interfaces were still novel. Over a decade later, however, Nintendo seems to be moving back in the direction of the Game Boy with its single screen switch. I mean, kinda. Alright. What have I told you? Yada 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 yada. Sounds crazy, right? Yeah, that lunatic idea became the DS. And introduced touchscreens to gaming years before smartphones. Two screens, a stylus pen, virtual pads, brain training, guitar attachments, you name it. The DS had it. How on earth did this weird little gadget conquer the world? Grab your stylus and let's find out. I like it. I like it. I honestly like it. Everything you need to know. Welcome to everything you need to know about the Nintendo DS. The clamshell gaming wonder that changed portable gaming forever. We're divided into high energy story that true dome media style will cover it all. All fast-paced history of Nintendo handhelds before the DS. Behind screens drama development. That's cool, that's cool. We are not fucking talking about that. Like this, before the DS handheld gaming context. Our story begins in early 2000s. Classic Game Boys with the color screen upgrade. Okay, alright. They had fanned off all challengers: Atari Lynx, Sega Game Gear, and the quirky Nokia Engage. None could topple the Game Boy. By 2004, GBA were still selling strong and enjoyed. Okay. But change was in the air. News broke that Sony was developing the PlayStation Portable, a sleek, powerful handheld with a huge color screen and console-like horsepower. The PSP promised PlayStation 2 level graphics in your pocket, aiming squarely at older gamers. Nice, nice. Game Boy was seen as a kid's toy. Nice, I like it. Another mysterious new device. November 2003, Nintendo announced it had a new handheld in the works. But bizarrely, they said it would not succeed the Game Boy Advance for GameCube. Instead, it would be a third pillar. Was Nintendo hedged its bets in case new gadget flopped? Spoiler, yes, they were. Many at E3, Nintendo pulled up, codenamed it had two sharp 3-inch screens. Okay, here we are like dropping in very fast into that one. In a clamshell design like a laptop or that, yada yada yada. It's a featured built-in microphone and wireless connectivity, USB and feature. Nah, I mean, data in development. Okay. Power versus DS. Behind the screens, the development was roller coaster. Originally, Nintendo's engineer. We're working on a successor. Okay. No, Cherry essentially dropped a bomb. Our new portable should have two screens, like a multi-screen Game & Watch. You could imagine the stunned silence in the room. The development team reactions was basically, wait, what? Why? In an interview, Okada recalled that everybody hated this idea, even Nevada himself. Though it did not make any, we thought it did not make any sense. Two screens meant more complexity, more cost, and potential design headaches. This actually had two CPUs under the hood. One of them is a version of the Game Boy Advance's processor specified, specifically designed to play GBA games. Mhm. Okay, I will need to like read through that a bit later. I'm completely spent, but it's pretty cool actually. I like. I think like we probably will. Like another one session. Oh man. I mean, I like it. Like, there's one problem. I don't know how to make. I don't know how to make videos, like animations. You know, I need to look that up. Maybe it's not that hard. I hope it's not. Probably it isn't terribly hard, but it's hard. Well, we'll see. All right. I think that's it for today, fellas. I mean, nobody's freaking looking watching that, but I like it. I enjoy it actually. It's pretty cool. Can't wait to see one person like alive on the stream or some shit. Would be kind of cool. Would be kind of cool. Need to also figure out how to stream on multi-platform and stuff. Need to figure that out. Need to figure that out. Would be nice. Would be nice. Right. See you later. Next time. Probably in a few days. Probably Thursday. I think. Likely. I actually like it. So I'll try continuing. Okay. Yes, I will. Oh, I need to like do this to like finish this stuff, like, so the full frames. Right. See you next time.